Good evening, and thanks for coming to this April 13th meeting of the Fair Access Committee. So glad you could come. This is our regular monthly meeting, and this month, unlike most months, we have an audience that's pretty big. Most times we have maybe one person, so I'm really pleased with that, actually. It's good to have people come and have a dialogue. Some of you know this already, but I think for those in the school system in particular, MCPS in particular, who come out tonight, the Fair Access Committee was created about 5 years ago with the intention of putting a focus on what we thought were some real inequities in terms of county investments in programs and services for our area. And we've created, I think, a great partnership. We've done a lot of work to try to educate council leaders and Board of Education members and staff as well about the needs out in this area. And the partnership has really worked. I can't say enough about how impressed we are and how pleased we are with the high school being reconstructed after being one of the oldest in the county at the time. So it's really great, and we're happy to have you here as a result to kind of a dialogue tonight. I wanted to mention that Manifa called yesterday, and I had about a half-hour conversation with her. It was a great conversation. She's been out several times to our area. And during the conversation, she mentioned that she had finally bought a house. I think she's from South Carolina originally, but she finally bought a house. And while she was saying that, she said 4 or 5 times, and Eric was on the call, he heard this too, how much she liked to come out to Poolesville and the Ag Reserve, and it reminded her of home. So I said, well, you naturally bought a house in Poolesville, right? And the answer was no. So I'm a little bit disappointed, Eric, I must say. But she has come out quite a few times. And the fact that she's also committed to having you come out tonight to give us your sense of what this budget proposal is all about is really very commendable. And I have to thank her for doing that. It's part of what we try to do is get county officials out here. And this is a part of the process, and we're happy you did it. I just would say at the outset, just before you speak, and you can speak any way you want to, and take your time to do it. Miles will operate the slides for you, so I think we're all set. But we have never really taken a position in Fair Access on operating budget issues. We've done a lot of capital budget, obviously. That's why we got the school, because we did spend a lot of time in that and testified numerous times. But this is a new animal for us, so I don't know what we'll do based on what we hear, and I also want to make sure we work closely with our PTAs and whatever we decide to do. I should also say at the outset that I'm so pleased, too, that our principals from our schools are here tonight as well. I'm glad they're here. They've been a part of our process too, and we can't do what we do out here in Poolesville and the Western County without their support and leadership. So thank you for coming as well. I don't know if anybody in the Fair Access Committee wants to make any comments before we start, but if you do, okay. Anybody? Okay. So if you want to come up and speak and introduce yourselves tonight, we'd love to hear from you. And after that, we'll have some questions from the board. And if anybody in the audience has a question, we'll certainly entertain that too. Thank you. Oh, also, let me say that I want to say thank you for Niles Andrieg, our assistant town manager, for coming tonight and making the technology work, because I've messed it up many times in the past, and I didn't want to do it tonight.
Thanks, Link, and everyone. Eric Ursey in Dr. McKnight's office. She regrets she can't be here tonight, but she's been advocating for our budget in front of the county council, along with our teachers union and our administrators union, our support professionals union. But she wanted to make sure that her team was here today to speak with you and talk a little bit about what we're trying to do to ensure that Montgomery County remains a great place to learn for students, to work for our teachers and employees, including Mr. Reed here, and to live for our families. So I'm here with Rob Riley, Associate Superintendent of Finance, who oversees all of our budgeting, Chris Cram, Director of Communications here, and Diane Morris, who's the Associate Superintendent who's overseen the Poolesville cluster for many years now. So we are all here to just have a conversation, to share a little bit about our budget, and get into some conversations. So without further ado, Rob.
Good evening, everybody. So I'm just going to walk you through how we build our operating budget. And these are the 4 main components of our budget request. So the first thing we look at is enrollment. And it says increasing enrollment. It's actually the first time in 3 years that we've had increasing enrollment due to, the decreases during COVID. So the number associated with that is $21 million, and that's that's directly related to the number of additional teachers and FTEs that we have to hire. The next big bucket item there is inflation and other cost adjustments or rate adjustments. That's $24.1 million. And that represents something that we all as individuals have faced over the last year as well, too, as well as other school districts. We see it in the cost of fuel. We see it in the cost of heating, gas for our diesel buses. So that's a big chunk. It's never been that high, but that's something that we're going to have to deal with in the FY24 budget. The next item is the biggest item. That's employee compensation, and that's at 203.5. We haven't finished negotiating with our unions, so that's basically a placeholder right now. And part of that, one of the reasons that that is high is a couple of reasons. We want to make sure that we're more than competitive with our neighboring LEAs, right? Because it's a very competitive market for all our positions in the school district. And in fact, with Blueprint, there is requirements to have an increased, our starting teacher salary has to be $60,000 within the next 2 or 3 years. And we don't want to be just there. We want to be above that. So, as well as a 10% increase in salary over the last 5 years. And this is the last year to get us there. So that's another big component right there. And then the last bucket there is accelerators. So these, we call them accelerators. These are new items within the budget to help move us towards our mission of creating better results for our students. And that some of the things in there is enhancements to instruction, as well as security and HR functions there. That's a big bucket as well, too. That's $47 million. So in all, the total is $296 million is the increase to our total operating budget. We have a little note there. So local funding, which is the biggest source of our funding, it's an increase of $230 million. That difference is our increase. We had an increase in our state funding as well, too. Next slide. We try to make it clear to folks that, although we've had increase in actual per pupil funding, when we balance that against our constant 2001 dollars or inflation, it's actually been pretty stagnant. It's actually lower than it was in 2009. So we just like to point that out to show that we always, we want to be ahead of inflation. So unfortunately, at this time, we're not. So that's part of what drives our requests as well, too. Another thing, too, on that, so as we noted, or as I noted, the local share is our biggest share. And when we look at Montgomery County's percentage of what it funds MCPS, it's actually gone down over this period. We were at 1.53% of their budget. We are currently at 49%. Not to say that the other things that they're spending on aren't important, but our share has gone down. And that difference, 1%, actually equates to about $230 million. So we are being asked to do more with less. So as per pupil funding has decreased slightly, the demands on the system have significantly grown due to COVID and Blueprint for Maryland's future. Those are some of the drivers of what's causing these increases. So this slide, in addition to that, this slide shows our students receiving services. Those populations have grown. English learners, farms, and special education all have grown over that period. And you can see significantly over the last 2 or 3 years. So one thing I want to mention, too, so that $296 million, that equates to between 9 and 10% increase from our previous year. We build our budget independently. We don't look at what other counties are asking, but now that everybody's published theirs and shown us, we can kind of see where we stand. So just to give you an idea, a benchmark, Frederick County has actually asked for $14.1 million above, or 14.1% above their prior year. Howard County, 10.6. Montgomery County, the county itself, is 10.1 above their current budget. Anne Arundel is 9.7, and Prince George County Public Schools is 3.6. They actually had a 2-year agreement with their association, so they had a 12.2 increase last year and a 3.6 increase this year. Next slide. So this basically shows you where our money goes. So out of that our total ledger is 3.2 million, and the bulk of that, 71%, is directly in schools, and that's our staffing. Anything related to schools is there. We also have a component there, direct services to students. So these are, it's in different chapters within our budget, but they're all, again, direct support to schools. And that, when you add that 8%, we're at almost 80%. Our district-provided services, or you can call it our administrative services, I'll give you a breakout of that, but that represents 19% of our budget. And we have a little fixed costs, which is our retiree costs, and other small costs represent 2% of the operating budget. The next slide, I believe, gives a breakout of where we have those district-provided services, mainly transportation, maintenance, and you can see it there, the other components of that. But I guess what this is trying to show is that these are smaller components, but really every dollar is spent. So in other words, there's no extra money anywhere in our budget, you know, whether it's in the operating budget or whether it's in, we have ESSER funds too, which I hadn't mentioned, but that's a separate pool of money. Our emergency funding that we had for COVID, we actually got $500 million for that over the last 3 years, and we have about $130 million left. We plan to spend another 50 or 60 this year, and that'll all be gone by the end of FY24. And again, some CFOs that I talk to across the country are saying, how are you guys spending your COVID? They're having trouble spending their COVID, which we don't understand that, because we spend everything we have. In fact, our whole budget, when you look at it, you know, $3.2 billion, we end up with about well, this year it's $35 million of fund balance. And that's what we've agreed with the county of what we're going to use to fund next year's budget. It was it's actually a funding source for that, what we saved during the year. But I just wanted to make it clear that I think I've seen numbers where we have $80 million in fund balance. We don't. It's $35 million that we have set aside. It's assigned fund balance to balance next year's budget. The other, I think in our financial report, you'll see that $80 million, but that incorporates different components of our assigned fund balance. It's not extra money, just to make that clear. I think that's all I have.
So I think Diane's going to come up and share some things. Is the next slide about Poolsville, Chris? Yes. Yes. So just before as she does, there's sort of 5 things that I think Rob's laid out here. The first thing is that it's a supply and demand issue we're facing. There's not a lot of educators, and we have a huge demand in Montgomery County. We've got 26,000 employees, and we want to fully staff our schools because no one wants to move to a school system where you can't promise a great teacher or any teacher in front of them. So that's the first thing. The second thing is we have a dynamic student body. We're serving new students, new types of students, and we haven't kept up over the years. We're a decade behind in terms of where we should be in funding, and that's impacting the results that we're able to get for our students today. The third thing is that we've got something of a chicken and an egg issue here with our economy and our schools. You need a great economy to have great schools, and you need great schools to have a great economy. We understand that there's concerns about the state of the economy right now, and we believe that investing in our schools is really one of the best things that we can do for our schools at this particular moment. So those are just, I think, some of the dynamics that Rob's laid out. And another one is that we all go to the grocery store. Things are just costing more now, and when you magnify that across 210 schools, 160,000 students, the costs really add up. And so between the supply and demand issue and the inflation issue, things are just costing more, and that's a lot of what you see in front of you.
Do you want me to use my cafeteria voice? I can stay here.
Sure.
And you guys
Great,
Can stay.
great.
Can you hear? Is that okay? All right. Really. So I'm Diane Morris, the Associate Superintendent. I've had the honor of supporting the Poolsville cluster now for 5 years. So I make my way up the road quite often and enjoy it. So in terms of the budget and where we've been and where we're going, I think something to highlight that's a direct connection to Poolsville, the number of AP exams, we're proposing that we're going to be paying for those. So when you look at Poolsville High School, the number that they gave in 2021, 2022 cost almost $200,000. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see what the projection is for this year. So that is increased almost by $20,000. And so that is something that the budget will fund. It is the flagship in terms of academics. We know Poolesville High School is nationally known for the academic excellence, and so the budget will continue to promote that. In the next few slides, I just highlight some fun facts there. So John Poole receives extra staffing. We have guidelines for what is equal to a 1.0 teacher and how many students. And because John Poole is one of our smaller middle schools, although is slowly catching up to one of our other middle schools, so it may not be the smallest. But we do give them extra staffing and consideration for that because we know collaborative planning is important, that teachers have colleagues that they can plan with. We know that Mr. Green is always pushing for additional course offerings. He's a huge advocate. So those are considerations that we give, and getting the budget will hopefully allow us to continue to provide that extra staffing as well as consider additional sources. He will need a portable soon, again, because of the enrollment. That's also something we're seeing Poolesville Elementary School. Their enrollment's going up, and we are actually doing walkthroughs. I just did one about a month ago with Doug to look at how spaces are being used. Every inch of that building is being used for classroom and instruction, so storage is getting a little tricky and really expanding those spaces, so that's something we're also looking for. And then Monocacy, I don't have this on the slide, but at one point, and I believe it's still true, that Monocacy is among our most expensive schools to run in the district, because when you look at the enrollment, regardless of the enrollment, you still have a principal, you still have a staff development teacher, you still have a facility. So when you think about it in that way, it's a really expensive place to run, and we're really proud of the school. We know that it serves a very unique community, and Ms. Albin has done a great job of working with her resources there. The most interesting thing that I think of when I think of Poolesville is the low mobility rate of teachers. We just don't see this any other place. We'd like to think we're paying them well. We also know it's the amazing leadership that's in those schools, but this, I think, is really remarkable. John Poole notes no teachers leaving. So this is voluntarily, meaning, so when they get a cut, so for example, I believe Poolesville High School was cut 0.4 of their total allocation. That surpluses a teacher, so that's an involuntary. But we see in many of our schools teachers who say, I want a different teaching experience, and they'll come and go. And so that makes it a little hard because you have momentum with staff and then sometimes you have to lose it. And we don't see that at Poolesville, and we want to maintain that. So no teachers leaving John Poole as of this date for this year. Poolesville Elementary had one teacher leave last year to have a different experience, and one is leaving the district this year. So it's not to just go to another MCPS school, but to actually get closer to home in another county. And Monocacy had one leave last year and two are transferring. Those are really remarkable statistics. And we hope that if we can maintain teacher pay and compensation, as well as the great leadership, that we maintain our teaching staff, because that continuity is extremely important. And the other thing I wanted to note, because we've had several members from the Poolesville community come to the board and testify about the athletic trainers, that is included in the proposed budget, that athletic trainers would be part of the staff at Poolesville High School, which is really important to the sports program. So those are just some highlights of what's currently happening, how the budget will support it, but those AP numbers are remarkable, and I don't know that people realize the number of AP courses and how much it costs, and that will be something that the system will be supporting. I think, next slide.
There's no more slides.
That's it. So we can do a dance.
Yes.
These are the chairs.
So, good evening, everybody. My name is Chris Cram. I'm with the Communications Office
for MCPS, and the sun is bright, so I'm going to sit back just a little bit. There are really two things that I wanted to highlight tonight, but if you don't mind, and Diane, I don't think you'll mind, if we go back one slide, the number you see there, that is a significant amount of money that, if the budget is fully funded, that removes a barrier maybe for families, for students to take those courses, take those exams. And if they follow that pathway, then they significantly can save money once they choose to go to college, because they will have those credits. And that would be not just for students in Poolesville, but of course students across the county. Now, coming from the communications department, what I wanted to leave you with is that the budget for a school system this large is, as you can imagine, incredibly complex. And it starts for staff in September and August, really, where we're looking across the units to determine where it needs to be for the next year. And it really becomes public when the superintendent makes her recommendation in December. And then we go through this period where it goes before the Board of Education, it goes to the county council, it goes to the county executive, and then the county council. During that time, there's a lot of communication about the budget. Rob mentioned one number that some people have brought up that some find confusing. One thing that I make a commitment for from my office is to connect, to reach out to askmcps@md.org or call our telephone number 240-740-2837, and we'll get you the materials to help you understand this process. I would ask you to be fully informed on the budget if you wish to advocate or you wish to know more, and we would be pleased to get you the information that would best help you to determine what's going on. And I think with that, we're here to answer your questions. I'm glad you're here because you know all the numbers.
Well, thank you for coming tonight, and I wanted to reinforce one point that was made about our leadership in our schools. We really do appreciate them. I don't know the John Poole principal that well, but the other three I've known quite well, and I've met him, but I don't know him that well. But the other three I do know, and they've done a great job. I've got two grandkids in Monocacy Elementary School, so got some personal experience with it there. I really thank them for their leadership, and it has helped a lot in our community. One other point that I want to emphasize, though, and you guys have touched on it, is that part of the reason I think the teachers stay here, too, is not just the leadership. I think it is the community. People have said when they come out here, it's a small community, it's nice and small, and that's why people get along. That's not always true. What really makes the difference in our community is there's a secret sauce here. There's a lot of community involvement, a lot of community support. People step up all the time and do things. Some of them are here tonight in the audience. And so I think that makes a difference too, because the teachers feel that support, I know. So thank you for coming out. I'll let members on the Fair Access Committee here ask questions. So you want to start?
Sure. Thank you all. This I feel like I've learned a lot. This is kind of new to me, and I'm enjoying the process. One of my questions was, you talked about the significant investment in, Eric, I think you talked about this, into the economy by investing in our schools. We know that the research is there that includes early childhood education being a really important part of that. What is MCPS doing to provide universal early childhood education?
Well, I can certainly begin, and my colleagues can fill in. The budget, as well as the blueprint plan for the state, makes a commitment to increasing access to early childhood education. The budget increases seats in that area because early childhood education, those foundational skills, are so very important for success in the later grades.
So this budget proposal includes funding towards that?
Yeah, so
Do you have
that's,
any more specific?
that funding is coming from the blueprint, as you were saying. We had a large increase last year,
Okay.
so we were able to add a significant number of seats last year. This year, for some reason, the blueprint funding for pre-K actually went down. So I know they're converting part-time to full-time seats, but there wasn't because we're bound by what we get from the blueprint. There's not a significant increase this year, but we did get a big increase last year.
Okay. And then I guess one other question I had, and then I'll turn it over to Ed, was when you showed us the slide on AP registration, currently that's all private paid right now, like parents are paying that, right? Is your proposal that that MCPS would pay for all AP exams, whether there was financial need or not?
That's the way I understand it, yes.
It seems like a large proportion of families are already paying for that, and they're saving a lot in college. I've got 5 kids and paid for lots of AP exams, saving a lot of money in the future for college credits. I guess I'm just wondering if that needs to be universal or more of a needs-based.
Removing that barrier for all families, and we realize that the college pathway is not the pathway for everybody.
Sure.
But for this particular item,
Yeah.
removing those barriers for every family, I think is a benefit.
Sure, but if we have to talk about what can we do in a budget and
Oh, I
where
see.
are there areas where we could maybe save funding to put that funding towards other things, that's just a thought.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Ed?
All right, well, first of all, I want to say thank you to all the principals that are here, and I will speak to John Green. I've known John Green as a long time. My son has gone through.
I'm just being honest, Ed. I don't know everybody.
That's why there's many of us.
I've met John once, and I've sent emails to him, but I don't know him.
Well,
I won't try to pretend I do.
Nevertheless, I know John Green very well. He's been an excellent principal, and my daughter is over there with him now as an 8th grader, and my son went through there for 3 years, and John's doing excellent work over there, along with the other principals in the area. Now, one of the things that we look at, though, in the Poolesville region, is not all the kids who live in Poolesville are rushing to take the AP exams or rushing to be on that college track. Some will do the community college. But as I'm looking through what you've shared, and thank you for sharing it, is I think about some of those kids who might go straight to work, to a trade school, some of those kids who might go to the community college, and maybe just a little conversation in terms of things that are in place, right, to help support that part of the population that sometimes feels forgotten. When I think about apprenticeship programs, and I know it's a stretch for some kids to try to get over to the Edison Center. Just can you talk a little bit more about what the system's doing to help kids who might be in more rural areas to help them get access to these kind of resources?
Yeah, so it's a great question, Sarah. Can we sort of start with Sarah's questions around early childhood? I want to circle back to that because that's largely bound by the blueprint. So essentially what we're doing is we're on a sliding scale going into the future. So what we're going to have is more and more students who have access to basically subsidized pre-K moving forward, and that's the commitment that we have. We're adding around, I think, 200 seats, particularly for special ed this year, but in the last year we've grown by about 11% in full-day seats for students in early childhood, and that's a county-wide effort that we're looking to coordinate with private providers because the blueprint, the state law, actually mandates that a certain percentage of our pre-K slots are privately provided. So it's a coordinated effort, and we're working to get on the same page ever so increasingly
Got it.
on early childhood. So that's kind of where we are there. And I think it relates to Ed's question around vocational education, career and technical education, because we know that one of our pathways is for students to participate in pathways for childcare, early childhood development. So we, a few years ago, opened our center at Seneca Valley, which has 500 slots for students. It's significantly closer than Edison in Wheaton. So we're committed to providing transportation across the district. But the other thing is, in addition to paying for AP courses, we're also paying for students all fees, tuitions associated with dual enrollment. So that can mean partnerships with our community colleges and Montgomery College, as well as certifications, apprenticeships, and around our CTE coursework. And one of the things that we're doing, especially around Montgomery College, is we have increasing partnerships with the college to push classes into schools, not just make students go to the schools. So professors will be in our schools teaching the courses so students don't need to go anywhere. And we've seen, just massive increases in dual enrollment over the last number of years. Like we've doubled it roughly since 2018, the number of dual enrollment courses that students are taking, which gets them college credit when they graduate from high school. And many of our students are graduating from high school with an associate's degree, which is just a game changer for them. So this will just accelerate all of that.
Okay. Adam?
Yeah, I'd like to thank everybody too for coming out here. It's very informational. I got, young kids here. My wife is a Montgomery County teacher. So I do have a few questions about this. So what happens if we don't get this? If you guys don't get this budget, what's going to happen for that?
Yeah, so right now, I had showed you what the board's budget was, right? As of right now, the county executive, actually, we're short about $8 million right there. If we don't get it, then we have to look at cutting some of the things that are, I mentioned accelerators, that's new monies. That might be where we go, but we'll have to, within the next month or two, before June 6th, when our board adopts, we'd have to address that shortage, whatever that shortage is. So right now, our budget's predicated on passing of the 10-cent tax increase. If it's, and for every percent there, it's $22.1 million. So if the county council passes an 8% increase, we'd be looking to find 44 million in addition to the 8.
So everything would have to be on the table at that point. I mean, we're looking to get your wife a huge raise next year, so that's one of the big things that we want that to be the case. We want that to be the case for all of our teachers across the district. So if we don't get the money, everything goes back on the table to go back to the drawing board, because we've made commitments to students, families, employees. So unfortunately, there's no one answer, because we don't know what it'll look like, but there's risks across the board, and most importantly, it's about the results we can get for our kids. And we just don't think we can get the results without all this money, every single penny.
Okay. And then the next thing was the $203 million for compensation, right? That's a lot of money for compensation. And is that just a downright percentage to all teachers for a raise? Or is it a yearly base for, someone's been working for 30 years to the first-year teacher? What's that going to be broke out to like? And
The different associations are negotiating, and there could be different possibilities for each of those associations. That number also includes benefits as well, too, just to let you know.
But a reality that we're facing is that the blueprint requires that by 2026, every teacher in the state of Maryland's paid $60,000 at a minimum. And in Montgomery County, if we're not well above that, we're going to be dead in the water, because we can't. We're one of the most expensive counties in the state to live in. So we got to be way above that in order to get and keep people here.
that's all I have. Thank you.
I just have a follow-up question. So all of this, or the majority of this budget increase then is based on this 10% property tax increase that's proposed. Given that, like, the future of housing development in Montgomery County is largely going to be dense housing focused on, like, the 270 corridor, and so that's going to be adding population that doesn't necessarily equal the same proportion of added increased property taxes. What other revenue streams has the county considered that aren't necessarily based on property taxes?
Yeah, I'm not sure we're necessarily in a position to answer that question. That would have to sort of be directed towards the council, because they're the revenue stream.
Okay.
So across the country, many school systems are able to raise their own revenue. We can't. We ask for what we need, and that's kind of what we've put in front of you. But the council has, I know, been looking at different approaches to fund the budget. So I don't know exactly sort of what rocks they can turn over.
Got it. Thanks.
You heard me at the outset talk about why Fair Access was created, so I'm going to be very blunt about what I think is really important to us. And that is, we got 4 principals here, and I want to know, if this goes through, are there needs they have that are going to be fulfilled because of this, and what are they? I can tell you one thing I know, and maybe this has changed in Mount Oxy, but I know they had one class that had, I think, 28 or 30 students at one time. So I think they need another teacher. That might not have been a funding issue. That might have been hard to hire. But beyond that, what do those 4 principals need they've been asking for, and how would this help that?
Including our new high school.
Yeah.
Better? With enrollment going up, we, like I said, Poolsville Elementary, I am working to advocate for the use of portables, to add portables. We're currently in the process of looking at that. So that's one big thing. We mentioned the athletic trainer for Poolsville High School. That was another thing. And John Poole Middle, I mean, he wants to be competitive with other middle schools in terms of course offerings and being innovative, because we know that there are prerequisites, and so we don't want to create barriers for kids that attend John Poole that don't exist in other schools. And so that's something that we continue to look at and refine. And by having the budget, it gives us more opportunities to do those things.
Is that more a hiring teachers thing or an accelerators thing? Or is it both?
I don't know which pocket it comes out of, so I'm gonna defer to.
Because you said some enhancing what he can offer in terms of programming. I think the accelerators are talking about enhancements to instruction. Is that what that's all about?
Yeah, I think there's 218 FTEs in the accelerators. So it's increasing compensation as well as increasing bodies as well, too.
The FTEs are full-time teachers, so that's what would help us be able to that, and then having the folks to teach it, because many of them, we've talked about the technology courses, they're unique, so making sure that we can also recruit, but you have to start with the allocation first.
Let me ask a naive question, because I don't know you mentioned briefly how the budget was put together, but I work both in Congress and in a big company, and in both cases, the budget was a bottom-up process. In other words, I had 150 staff when I was in Verizon, and every year I put together a budget that allocated up to another senior executive who took 5 other people and blah, blah. So do the principals here send up to you their requests every year? Is that part of what's in this request you're asking for?
So the first step in our budget process, we call it our realignment process, and this is where directors in central office work with departments, divisions, as well as schools to see how the funds that they currently have can better realign to meet the mission of schools as well as the system itself. So that is the first step. One thing too, I didn't mention it when we talk about enrollment. So our funding is actually based on enrollment, but our staffing, we based on projected enrollment because it's on September 30th that our funding is based. But as you know, we're going through the process now. If there's new kids in the seats, we're looking to see how we can better meet our projected enrollment. But yeah, we do start from the bottom, and we don't do it in a vacuum. We have a budget advisory committee. This year we did 3 community forums where we opened it up to the public to present something just like we did here, and then just ask them what's going on in your schools. What are you looking for that can improve? So we're going to be doing more of them next year as well too.
Again, okay, go ahead.
I think the basic answer is that we look at the enrollment across, so the way we allocate is basically based on staffing. So we have formulas across the district, we allocate staffing based on formulas, and then we go back to schools like Poolesville, high school, middle school, which have, every school in Poolesville basically has an exception to the formula that we work with the principals on because of either size or program. So what we do is we say, this is what you would get just based on our formulas, but we see all these special programs and so forth. Does that meet your needs? If it does, let us know. If not, maybe there's a specialized teacher or something. So we work with the principals very collaboratively, and then there's a group that'll come together to say, this is what the principals are asking for. Let's get them what they need. Let's get them another FTE here or there. So I think the basic answer is it's a hybrid between a centralized approach and then making adjustments and modifications if that formula is not meeting the need. But again, every school in Poolesville has exceptions to the formula because of either size or robust programming.
Again, because this is a really novel thing for us, we haven't taken a position on operating budget, and if we do decide to do anything, I want to make sure I understand the implications for our area very crystal clear. So I'm going to ask another question in that regard. One of the things that I've read, and again, it could be totally wrong, one of these reports I read said that I think 18 out of the last 20 times when the Board of Education asked for additional funds for employee compensation, and the council in all cases, I think, did approve it. There was either money left over and it wasn't spent, or the money was reallocated to some other function. Could you comment on that? Because this is a significant, and Sarah was referring to it, it's a significant thing. A 10-cent tax for, 10-cent tax, yeah, is not a big deal necessarily for a person who has a large home, but it is money, and it is an economic issue for us out here especially. So,
Yeah, I can explain that process.
if this is not going to happen, if we're going to go through all this pain and there's no gain, people are going to be upset.
Right. So what you're referring to is the categorical transfer process. Some schools, in fact, most of the LEAs in Maryland, once you realize, and we have 15 categories of expenses, one of them is instructional salaries, the one that you're speaking about. Others are operations, maintenance, and that's the way that the state sets that up. But if you, at any time during the year, know you're going negative in some, I mentioned the inflation. So right now, our maintenance chapter is suffering and has expenses. It looks like that might end up negative. So what we do then is Montgomery County allows us to do this categorical transfer at the end of the year. It's not like we're saying that, hey, we're going to stop hiring or we're going to stop trying to fill these vacancies. It's just at the end of the year, whatever those actuals are, we can't be negative in any one of those categories. So it's a bit of a window dressing exercise where we say, hey, we're going to move some money from here where there was a surplus, a budget to actual, and move it to another category where there was negative. So there's no intention to say, hey, we don't want as many teachers or we don't want to pay and we're taking that budget away. It's really just looking at actuals at the end of the year and seeing where those surpluses are. Does that answer the question or?
Yeah, it's really an exercise in transparency. So we're allocated based on these 12 categories, and we give our best guess, and we're usually off by a very small percentage, right, Rob? It's
Right.
very small. So then we basically, at the end of the year, ask permission from the council. They grant us the permission, and it's an exercise in fiscal transparency and stewardship to say, we were a little bit off in our projections. Here's what we actually spent. Can we move the money around so that the books are clean at the end of the year? And we've won awards for auditing and how we've gone about financial practices for the last, how many years?
40 years.
40 years we've won gold standard auditing financial practices from districts across the country. So the team does an amazing job making sure our books are scrubbed clean.
Yeah, so there's one thing, there's, like we were saying, that each category's got to be above zero, but then our overall funding, we can't end up in the red, so we got to be positive as well there too. And we've done that every year too. The only piece of fund balance that I was mentioning is what we kind of say we're going to use to balance the next year's budget. Usually it's somewhere around $25 million. And then after that, there's something called unassigned fund balance. That's a good measure where if you look around the state, what's your unassigned fund balance? And usually there we're between $3 and $9 million, which for $3.2 billion, we get these awards every year, but one thing we do is we call it financial monitoring, and we present it to our county, to our board and our county council, where we are in each of these categories. We look at vacancies, we look at some of the trends such as inflation, and we're constantly monitoring that. The categories I always mentioned, that's just a kind of a tool that MSDE, the state, uses to compare LEA to LEA.
Again, just trying to figure out the impact of what this spending would do. It's one thing to hire teachers. You can see that when you spend the money to hire a teacher. But we've had a pandemic, so we know kids have suffered during the pandemic as their academic performance and their socialization skills have suffered too. And we also know there's some categories of students that have always had trouble and they need to be built up as well. Can you measure that in terms of what this spending is going to be and tell us in 5 years, we did that spending this year, we hired these whatever they are, teachers that did X, Y, and Z, and this is what happened as a result in our either student performance. I mean, Ed called it return on investment. That's what you call in the business community, but that's exactly what we're talking about. How do we know this had an effect, not just hiring teachers?
Yeah, well, our profit motive, our profit, like in business, is our student results and if our students are learning. So in the next few weeks, one of the things you're going to see us roll out is essentially a set of measures that we want all of our students across the district to achieve from the time they step into our schools until the time they leave our schools. It's a pathway to college, career, and community readiness. It's going to be rolled out, and it's going to include about a series, maybe 7 or so, or 8 benchmarks, and we're going to be measuring ourselves according to those in a transparent way so the public can see these are how our students are doing with their early foundation, these are how our students are doing in our middle years, these are how our students are doing in their high school years, and then what we're doing is we're layering that, to your point, Link, not only with the academic components, but with a series of social, emotional, and cognitive competencies, things like work ethic, leadership, teamwork that we want our students to achieve, and also experiences that are going to help them get there by working with the community, being civically minded, and we're going to be tailoring that to specific communities. So the short answer is yes, we're going to be accountable, we're going to work with the county, and we're going to monitor our data over time so that we can show how this is having an impact. Whether it's going to be tied to, one-to-one is a little bit trickier in this business, but we're going to do everything we can to continue to show the progress that we're making.
And that evaluation of programs is what we're talking about, is a critical skill, because I had mentioned ESSER, so we had gotten $500 million in ESSER. We can't do it all. We can't bring everything that we've been doing with ESSER into our operating budget. So it's critical that we are able to monitor these programs and look at the results, because we can't do everything.
One aspect of this that could really help, honestly, in terms of how the parents think about it, our experience in the Fair Access Committee in the last 5 years, and actually my 25 years as a PTA leader too, it was very difficult to understand MCPS, the reporting. CAFR's reports, I had a business degree, so I understand them. But for most people looking at those things, you wouldn't have a clue what those mean. So some transparency on how you report on this that's understandable to the public, makes it clear what you did and did not accomplish. And I'd even go as far as to say, not using statistics that are, frankly, a little misleading. You use a statistic here talking about, and I'm trying to go back here and look at it again, but I think it had to do with the amount of percentage of the budget that MCPS represents versus the rest of the county. Well, the rest of the county is going up dramatically too, so that's really not a very good comparison, honestly. I think it's the one that has, percent, it said it's 53% in 2010, and now it's 49% is what you're getting. But honestly, the budget for the county itself, the other departments, has gone up dramatically, and this year we're going dramatically again, so it's not really a apples to apples comparison. So I'm not criticizing, I'm just saying,
No.
these are the kind of things that we're looking at to say, is this really telling us anything?
Right, and it's a fair point, and the reason we use this is because across the country, often a proxy for whether a county really invests in education is whether over 50% of their funding is dedicated to education. So when
Yeah.
we drop below that, it sends alarm signals to us that how serious is the county about MCPS, and we want to be really serious about this enterprise.
One other final question. I didn't ask Minnie for this when we talked, but I understand that she's obviously interested in us understanding this, in part just so we can be better citizens, but also I think she would like us to try to weigh in. I understand that, and I think our PTAs as well. So I don't know what we'll end up doing, but I do know we'll consider this very thoroughly. I'm going to ask the audience if there are any questions. I don't want to spend, okay, go ahead.
And so what I'm thinking about is when we leave here and we have our residents here in Poolsville, those without kids, and just that messaging that goes out to those families who are looking at, those who might be on fixed incomes, paying off their property tax each year, and they think about the investment of an increased property tax, then what's that MCPS messaging to those without children about why that's a good investment?
It was mentioned early on that, we're certainly.
Flip the mic over for me.
I'm sorry.
All right.
It was mentioned early on that we're certainly very much aware that cost of living across the board for all of us, whether you have children in the school system or not, is on the rise. And food, fuel, materials is so much more for all of us. And we're empathetic to that, and that would be the first thing that we would recognize. But again, the cost of a thriving community is investment in its infrastructure, and schools is part of that. And so we would have that empathy, we would listen, and we would understand and help them to understand how the whole helps their experience, their ability to thrive and live in the community.
And then I'll just add on, for what I understand from some things I've read, that Montgomery County ranks rank 8th in terms of salaries around the
So in
state.
terms of experienced
mistaken.
administrators, we rank 8th in pay for experienced administrators. We rank 5th in the state for what we pay new teachers. And if you compare that to the District of Columbia, we're at approximately 56,000 currently. But in the Districts of Columbia, their new teachers start at $75,000. So in order to be competitive, we've got to get up there, and the blueprint will help us to get there. It demands it. But I think back to last fall as we were approaching the school year. We started the school year 99% staffed, but that still meant we were 140-ish teachers short. that meant that some classes had substitutes and often long-term substitutes. If we're going to get, even in Poolesville, teachers that want to come and stay for a long period, and I hope your wife does, stay for a long period of time, that we do need to be competitive in that, because we have to draw from other areas of the country and other school systems.
Jim, I think you have a question?
Hi, guys. The whole team, thank you for being here tonight. Look, I'm gonna stand up and block you right now. How's that?
In the microphone?
I probably I need to have Niles come over. And I'll block the sun. You guys, thanks for being here. I'm Jim Brown. I'm the president of the Town Commissioners, long time, except for a couple of years I took off. And one of the founders of the Fair Access Committee. And we're truly appreciative of everybody being here. Such a great team effort. And part of the emphasis of what I wanted to bring to the table tonight was we've got a lot of great technical questions, and you guys have brought technical answers, and we truly appreciate it because there are people, just like in every other community, there's people watching every part of this, and they really do want to know how the county sees their investment in this region. And we know, I guess part of the point of why I'm bringing it together is, and why we created Fair Access is, it is different. And I know that it's, there's numbers and budgets and teachers and quarter units and how things break down here. But Poolesville and our cluster, which I know our principals know very well, we're a different animal up here. And one of the reasons why I can tell you that up front is look at our municipality and look at our region and think about the economic impact of our 4 cluster schools on our community versus in other communities. It's heads and tails higher than other places. Our schools, our clusters, our principals, our students, much bigger deal up here because we don't have the votes, we don't have the people, we don't have the kids, but we do have deserve all the benefits that Montgomery County can offer. All the benefits that Montgomery County can offer in terms of curriculum, all the benefits that Montgomery County can offer in terms of funding. So it has to be looked at through a different lens when you come to Poolesville. It's one of the reasons why we created Fair Access, so that even though we have less people, we don't count less. And that's one of our standbys in Poolesville. So feel free to address it. I just want to leave it. I wanted to give you one more word of advice on this too. To our principals, I hope you guys know this, but it probably sounds weird that you have a municipality that's a direct partner. And I can tell you, including Monocacy, that you are our partners and that we're intertwined with you. And we want to stay, we not only do we want to stay on your good side, but we want to accomplish what you guys want to accomplish. So please feel free to lean on us. I know Mark's had some good emails come our way in the past, and all the principals have at one point or another. If you need us, we're there for you. And I wanted to make sure you know that. It's different. Another reason why we're different. Go ahead.
So thank you. I just wanted to come back to the mic and say thank you
Sure.
for that deep honesty.
Yeah.
And part of communication, one of the reasons that we're here and we hope we're invited back, is that we want to hear those things. And hopefully you can come back with a list of those things that are very important, suggestions, help us to think through what might work for the students that you know so much better than even I do. And that's where change happens, right? When we continue that communication. So have us back. We want to hear more.
We appreciate that. We appreciate the acknowledgement of our uniqueness. And I'm sure that other school communities say the same things, but our uniqueness was created by law. And we're up here with our limited students and our limited populations. And I'm not saying that we don't like it that way. We do like it that way. But at the same time, we're never going to grow our way out of anything here in Poolesville, in the Up County region. We're going to rely on those that work for us and speak up for us to provide those that equal funding and that equal curriculum and the things that our students need just as much as the other students need. So, and the acknowledgement and the creation of the new Poolesville High School was straight up a big checkbox that said, thank you for listening. And thank you for standing up for us, because we knew the entire, many people involved in the whole school system had to do that for us.
Yeah, and the superintendent's working on getting you that wellness center too with the county executive. She understands the interest and is talking to him about it.
We had a conversation about that yesterday, so it was a good conversation.
Right, probably tired of our emails and our
No.
push. And then also too, and I'll link, a lot of times we play good cop, bad cop, but then sometimes we both had to be bad cop. But I will say that please also make sure that you follow through with giving us the gym that we deserve, and not the one that we started with. And I know this is operational meeting versus capital funding, but we really do need to have what we need there.
No, we had a good conversation about that yesterday, and we're working to close the loop on that by the end of the week. But I think there's been a lot of progress from my understanding, so we're working to just tie the bow on it.
And the end of the week is tomorrow.
Yes.
Thanks again.
He said he's going to be a nice cop. I don't think, that's not very nice. I wanted to also acknowledge, and we have 3 commissioners here tonight. Sarah is not only a Fair Access Committee member, she's also a commissioner. Jim's a commissioner, and Jeff Eck behind you is also a commissioner. Anybody in the audience have a question that you'd like to ask? If you do, please use the microphone there or one of these microphones to ask it. But that we'd love to have you also participate. Jeff, did you have something?
Well, first I wanted to thank the Fair Access Committee for organizing this event, so thank you very much, Link, and the rest of the Fair Access Committee. I especially want to thank the folks from the Montgomery County Public School System. It's great to see you here. Thank you very much for coming, and especially our local teachers and principals, yeah. So thanks very much for that. My daughter graduated from Poolesville High School, the Global Ecology Program. Now, this has been some time back, and now she's an assistant principal in the Washington County Public School System, so very proud of her, of course. And I live in one of the neighborhoods here in Poolesville, and when I see a new family move in, which is wonderful, and I always ask them, why did you move to Poolesville? Like, how did you even find Poolesville? They always say the same thing, the schools. So I can't echo enough how much Jim has said that the schools are seriously a hub for our community spirit. And we don't want to see that slide in any way. And however, I came to this meeting with a completely different expectation. I thought we were going to talk about the gym and the Community Wellness Center. So I guess that's not on the agenda?
Well, I did talk to Manifa yesterday, and we're going to get reports on both of those issues. It won't be tonight, but it is something you're going to hear about, yes.
Oh, so I'm in the wrong meeting.
Yeah. No, we will send out something on Facebook probably saying, here's what we've heard, so, yeah.
Yeah, and we're more than happy to send someone back and engage in conversation about it. So.
Well, we look forward to that for sure. And again, I can't thank you enough for being here. It means a lot to us to see you here in person, so thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else in the audience have a question? Christina? Yeah, you can use the mic so people can hear you.
Yeah, just come here. Yeah.
Do I need to push the button?
No, it's already pushed.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you again for coming out. Appreciate it. My name is Christine Ray. I live here in Poolesville. I've lived here for almost 15 years with my family. Have 2 daughters who have come up through the Poolesville cluster schools, starting with the elementary. One will be going to the middle school next year. The other one went to magnet school. And one is at the high school. And I'm an educator myself of 23 years. I've taught preschool, middle school, and high school. I'm now a community college professor, and my husband's a high school teacher at Poolesville High School. I'm going to shift gears radically from what we've been discussing tonight into something that's more visionary and definitely something that's more long-term. One of the things that really impresses me about living in the DC area while still living in this special place that's the Ag Reserve is, I think, the potential for innovation, outside the box thinking, harnessing these unique qualities that we have here in the Ag Reserve, along with sort of the institutional power of Montgomery County Public Schools and Montgomery County itself. What I'm proposing is this. Imagine a farm. Imagine a farm that is owned by Montgomery County Public Schools and Montgomery County, and it's an educational farm. At this farm, students could come for field trips. They could do service learning, employment. They could have internships. This could be starting at obviously the elementary level, going up through partnerships with Montgomery College, universities at Shady Grove, University of Maryland, which I believe Ed told you at the beginning, they're going to be launching some programs here at the Crossvines at the golf course. This could also be a place where we are supporting our local farmers, both established farmers that want to expand their economic base and potential, and new farmers that are entering the field. I would also propose, I think it would be a great fit at some point if we could bring an agricultural program of study to Poolesville High School that could benefit any student in the county that's interested in this very important area of study, because a lot of farmers, their ages are creeping up, they're getting ready to retire, and to be honest, we don't have people to replace those farmers. And if we don't have farmers and we don't have farms, we don't have food. We also saw with COVID and the disruptions to our increasingly interstate and even international food chain, there were problems with people getting food. And we saw a lot of local farmers and producers step up. So often when we talk about national security, we talk about, things like intelligence and military operations, but food is a big part of security as well. So I know this is definitely a long-term thing. It's a little bit strange to suggest something so grandiose after discussing these budget details. But I would say that I think Montgomery County Public Schools really has the potential to be a leader with this innovation. I would also say, having been an educator myself, I've seen firsthand how taking students out of the classroom and presenting them with these hands-on learning opportunities really has radical positive gains and reaches a wider variety of students that maybe aren't being successful in the classroom. And even for those higher performing students, they get burned out. Let's be honest. So being outside, getting fresh air, applying all these academical, I'm an English teacher, God help me. Anyway, applying all these academic concepts, we're not watering down the robustness of the curriculum, but providing a concrete thing that can benefit students, community, farmers. I would just like to present that as a long-term thing. I wrote a blog post about it and I printed it out and I'm going to give you a copy. Just throw it in the trash can after I leave, please. Thank you.
It's like Crossvines for farms. Love it.
Could I?
Please go ahead.
So don't throw out her proposal, although I can't,
At least make a paper airplane.
no. Although I certainly can't make any promises. I'm not in a position to do so. I do want to speak to the kind of program that she mentioned. And I'm glad that you consider it, that it could be a long-term approach to something that the school system could eventually put in place. I've been here in Maryland over 30 years now, but before that, I grew up in the great state of Vermont. Where I grew up was right next to the University of Vermont farm, which had a program just like this. And one of the reasons they put that in place was to help save the family dairy farm, which was on its way out, because it was all on the way to co-ops. It was an easy thing to do. And I can tell you that program grew and thrived. That farm was a destination for schools, whether you were in the program or not. And it became a significant program for the university. Not K-12, it was a university program. But it was a vibrant program in a community much like yours, the state of Vermont. So I thank you for the proposal.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I also want
like-
to add real quick that
Jeff?
that might be a model of you.
Yeah, when we started Fair Access, we actually one of the ideas we had initially was trying to push an ag magnet program at the high school, in part to try to sell the idea of getting a new high school. And there's a guy, and I told Christine, I can't remember the guy's name, but he actually did help start an ag program like that in Calvert County. Jack Smith was then the superintendent of schools, and he came from Washington State, but in a rural area, and he set up the same kind of ag program in Calvert County. So, and this is a perfect fit, obviously, in the ag reserve to do that, to strengthen it, but also to help our farm economy. So there's some good reasons to think about it. I know it's longer term, but it's worth thinking about. Anybody else have any questions in the audience? Come on up.
Hi, Melissa Wiedenhofer. I'm the community health manager for WMCO Help, which is our emergency assistance organization locally. And I know you mentioned the Wellness Center. I'm just curious if you have like a 30-second update or if we just need to wait for the Facebook post.
It sits in the county executive's purview, so.
Okay.
And with HHS, but we're advocating for it, just like at all of our schools, but we understand the particular needs that the committee has advocated for regarding health equity and health access in Poolesville. So we're very committed to it, and we think it would really benefit the students.
Great. Thank you.
It's more than a request, they're advocating for it.
Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
And I'll just throw that reminder for those of you who attended the breakfast that we had, and we shared those numbers in terms of where we stood in terms of health impacts and challenges in the Poolesville, in the western Montgomery County region. So we always keep that in mind when we're advocating for those resources.
I think that's it for questions. Oh, Sue Ann?
Exactly.
I told myself I was going to keep my mouth shut, but for those of you who know me know that that's not a possibility. I'm Sue Ann Roberts. I'm a almost 10-year resident here in Poolesville. I have 2 7th grade boys. I like to say that I'm a mom of 2 extraordinary boys, one with extraordinary needs. I do know the principals well, all of them that are sitting here. I come with a strategy background. It's a pretty varied one. I started out in finance and ended up in nonprofit and then for-profit with hybrids. And I love Christine's proposal. I love that we have started to talk about endeavors and strategies that incorporate other funding, like from state initiatives. And something that I had conversations with previous commissioners over. I'd like to see more of that kind of thinking be a part of the process. Now, I say this as a person who has, came from Wall Street and then went into nonprofit and saw that, there's a huge difference in the budgeting process. There's a huge difference then and also in the mindset when you are not just in the process of developing the budget, but then going and the advocacy process around it. And there was questions, about the advocacy process. What does that 50% benchmark number mean? How do we look at differentiated revenue streams? And the answer is kind of one that we would expect from an institution like MCPS, which that is that, kind of go ask the county, go ask somebody else. However, you're sitting in a room with people who are not necessarily part of a governmental institution and who do have built within us strong advocacy and strategy. It's just part of the fiber of our being. So I would like to hear at some point, probably not tonight, but what would you like us community members outside of Fair Access or with Fair Access to sit in front of county council and say when it comes to dropping below that 50% benchmark line, when it comes to diversifying the revenue streams, whether it's at a county level or state promises that have been made over the years that were not fulfilled, what would you like us to say? Help us advocate for you, because otherwise we sit in this room year after year after year. I think it says something, not to devalue, our Poolesville cluster that I love. Obviously, I'm raising my children here by choice. But it does say something when you're spending your own personal time away from your families, your own personal, and you come all the way out here, I know how long the drive is, to ask us to help, you advocate for your budget. And that's not a decision that I can be part of, but moving forward, you know, I mean, I'm a person who knows the DC nonprofit market pretty well. I worked in it, and I'm the person who brought the notion of a capacity building campaign, rather than it being operating versus capital, period, and that dividing line, you know, forward to some major foundations there. And so, and, you know, with Christine's proposal to kind of leverage some of these relationships and some of these growth interests, I would like to see more of that. And I would like to see more honest answers or transparency out of MCPS about what they would like to see, you know, from us outside advocacy efforts where we can place them to help you get there.
So, again, thank you for saying that in the way that you did. You know, we very much value our partnerships with anybody that we work with. I can't speak necessarily to revenues and expenditures as a communicator, but if you're going to give the time to speak to your values, your beliefs about, in this case, how a school system is funded, or what's important to you in funding a school system, we're more than willing to sit down and give you the information, not give you what to say. You need to make that up for yourself. But we want to talk to you and give you the facts as we know and understand them. And we have people such as Rob here who can talk about where revenues and expenditures come from in terms of process and law and all of that. But you know, we will spend any amount of time that you want giving you materials, information, meetings to help you do that, to advocate. It's valuable to us. We find a value in that. We didn't come out here with these numbers hoping to make you appreciate the numbers. We wanted to somehow help you to appreciate what we feel is important to fund in the school system. And if we haven't done that in the few words that we've had tonight, then we failed a little bit. That's why I say these conversations should continue. And I'll give you my number before we leave, and we can help you to find the information you want that's specific to what your children are going through or what you're interested in, and help you to advocate in that area. That's what you're passionate about. Let's help you to do that.
Okay, thank you.
On that notion, just a quick question. What do you see or what do you project as some of the biggest hurdles that you would run into with county council or with county council in supporting this budget request? Not all the hurdles, but maybe your top hurdles.
Let me start with the easy one, and that's a question that you brought up, ma'am, and that is help us to understand how that 10% tax hike makes a difference in communities like this. You know, I got the impression from you that saying that helping communities thrive is not enough there in terms of swaying you to understand or feel that that is a valuable investment, but it is what makes communities grow. And even in Poolesville, to retain teachers and to recruit people to come here. It's a wonderful place to live, but to come and work for a school system, they've got to get a decent salary. So I'll turn to my colleagues to kind of finish the answer, but I think that's going to be the toughest question across the county to show that the value is there. You know, Dr. McKnight has said over the last few days that, you know, we're not, this is a base level budget. The number is large, but because of the 10-year lapse in per pupil funding, because of the great need coming out of the pandemic in terms of social, emotional, our kids need to be social, emotionally, and physically healthy in order to be the great scholars that they need to be. So it becomes a wraparound service all the way around. And we've had to do more as a school system than we ever had to before. And those things cost money. Everything from wellness centers to mindfulness programs to extra social workers. And then direct academic supports for where we are struggling. And that is the math content coaches, which are part of those accelerators, especially targeted at the middle grades where we know that those numbers are the most difficult right now. As we pointed out, Dr. McKnight did, and the academic colleagues that she has a few weeks ago before the board, those numbers are stabilizing and beginning to grow, but not fast enough. And that's the point of these investments, especially those in the accelerators.
Follow up My greatest concern is not how much you're asking in the budget. My greatest concern is why are we continuing to tie the funding of schools to property tax, which has been shown to actually disproportionately be a burden on lower median income households. Why are we not tying it to other revenue streams in the county, a service-based county with high-tech industries, with lots of tax exempt organizations? There's examples from other communities where they have found creative ways to address issues of really equity by separating the revenue stream source, because it's unsustainable, really, from property tax. So that's really my question, and it sounds like you're not actually the people to answer that question. That's a county council question. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, that's what the laws we're living under now. But
Sure.
I love the ideas, and I love thinking about other revenue sources. So, we're the biggest school district in Maryland, and we're 93% funded with our local and our state funding. But looking into that, there's another 7% there. Looking into partnerships, other revenue
Right.
streams, like you're suggesting too. Even within the county, are there other sources we can get that revenue? So I love the suggestions, and I even like the suggestion of making this more user-friendly, because I agree, it's, I know every number in here, but it's,
So
and we're looking at our budget book as well, too, because we know
So
that's
if
a
I
little.
was wanting to
concrete.
talk to someone, if I was wanting to talk to someone at the county council level about what alternative revenue sources have been explored, who would that person be?
Well, one of the places to start is the president, which is Evan Glass. The Economic Development Committee is probably one of the committees, and there's an education committee too. Those two are probably the ones I'd start with. You talk about a long-term issue, that's definitely a long-term issue.
Yes.
Yeah, and there's the Government Operations Committee as well, which is responsible for
Possibly,
looking at
yeah.
the budgets of all the other aspects of county government.
Yeah,
You know,
for
Will
the-
Giwando
for
on
the rest of the
education.
county,
yeah. Yeah.
Other departments, yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you. I
Yeah.
appreciate that.
So I'm gonna swing
And I'll
it
keep
back.
sending you all my crazy ideas.
And it's because looking at some of those hurdles, because you were starting out with some of the hurdles, but if anyone else would add in, because understanding some of the hurdles that you anticipate, that helps us whether we're here on Fair Access or whether if it's our members in the community who are watching and might not know what to say as they're formulating their own opinions, because not knowing, okay, these are the hurdles that they're running into. So that would be helpful for the viewers.
One comment, and then my colleague would like to speak, and that is that it's not a hurdle. We are so very, very focused on equitably getting all kids above the line and successful. And we hope that when they choose what they do in their life, that they remain in the community. That's where we're focused. And I'm not going to call that a hurdle, but that's where I know, yeah, but that's where our focus is. And so if we can do that, then we're investing in a benefit for us all. Let me just stop there.
I do think I heard you say several things, though, that are hurdles, and one obviously is the tax, and Sarah mentioned it too. That's obviously clearly one. You also mentioned, though, the issue of, do you spend all your money at the end of the year? Because I know that's an issue that's been discussed before, and reallocating money away from instructional, how does that happen and why? That's another hurdle I've heard before. So I've heard quite a few that I've read about too, and I'm sure you're hearing those too, and Manifa mentioned those yesterday as well. So, we have to understand those if we're going to take any position at all, because obviously those are things we got to answer as well.
Yeah,
So-
and I just think we have to tell our story too. We have a great school system. We got the #1 school in the state of Maryland here in Poolesville. We can't take that for granted, and our graduates are doing amazing things, and they're out contributing to this community and other communities. So we just have to keep being proud of that, owning our narrative, sharing many of our successes and where we've come up short, being honest about that, confronting that, and thinking about how we can move forward. But I think we have so much to celebrate, and often I think rightly so, we're our harshest critics, as we should be, to improve, but continue to celebrate and recognize how we've built a great school system over many years here.
Okay, I think that's it, and I really appreciate it, and I do appreciate even though we had some tough questions, I think we have to do that in order to be a good partner to anybody, because we have to understand what we're doing and what we're advocating. But Manifa did reach out. She's had you come out here. All of that is exemplary, honestly, because in the past, that's why we started Fair Access. We didn't see county officials hardly ever. So having you come out here is welcome, and I want to thank Manifa for that. I also want to thank our principals again for coming and showing their support, because they're also showing the support for the community, not just for the budget increase, and we really respect them for that and thank them for coming out tonight as well. So thank you all for coming. We got a small business meeting to take care of after this, and I appreciate it. We'll be back in touch, Eric. Participating. All right, thanks. Thank you all for participating on the Fair Access Committee and also in the audience. It was great. I thought the exchange was very helpful. And like I said, I don't know where this will lead, but it was a good start in terms of understanding the issue. So it's something we do need to understand. Let me just quickly go to our business items. First, you got the minutes from the last meeting. If you, would somebody move to adopt them, please?
I motion that we adopt the minutes from March's meeting.
Second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Let's go down to the quickly items we got. There's a couple things that I want you guys to give me some feedback on, but update on White's Ferry. There's a meeting scheduled with Chris Conklin over the next couple weeks. Jim and I are going to meet with him. He's the DOT head. He hasn't said it yet, but he sent us some dates, so we'll hopefully have a face-to-face meeting with him, and we're going to be very blunt about some ideas we have about how to solve the issue. So we'll see where that goes, but I'm hoping it'll be a useful meeting. There's also a call. It happens every month or so. It's sponsored by the District 15 legislative group. David Frazier Hidalgo is kind of the chair of it. He's scheduled one for April 19th. If you guys want to be on the Zoom, it's a Zoom call. I'm happy to send you the link. It's on the 19th, but I think it's actually if I'm not mistaken, in the morning, so it may not be good. But if you want to participate, feel free. Yeah, I'll send it to you. Yeah. Generally, last time it actually was very good because the Secretary of Transportation for the state actually came on that call, and he would ask some really tough questions. I thought good questions. So we'll see if he comes again. But anyway, at least we'll get an update. In terms of White's Ferry, My MC Media, there was a news piece, as you saw, kind of a reaction piece they asked us to do about what we thought about the announcement from Chuck Kuhn about his ownership of the ferry, and then the WAMU news piece. And both of those got a lot of play because I had several council members react to it and said, keep up the pressure. Thank you for doing that. So that's good. So that's basically all we have in White's Ferry. Unfortunately, there's no firm idea of anything yet that's going to lead to a resolution, but we're still trying to push on some of these other fronts. In terms of briefings and meetings with council members, we had an excellent, and I don't know how many, I forget, you weren't there, Adam, I know, and I don't know if you made it or not, Ed, but Kate Stewart came out on the 17th and met us at Locals at 1 o'clock, and we also met with Will Jawando at the same time. Really good exchanges. With Kate, it was mainly educating her as to why we created Fair Access, why we think there are a lot of inequities still to be solved and what they are, and I thought the exchange was quite good. So we've got next, and you're all invited to this too. I sent you an email about it, but I sent you a reminder again. On April 19th, Keisha Davis, who's the public health officer for the county, is coming out at 3 o'clock. And the 19th, and that's at the Poolsville Methodist Church. She's coming to get a briefing both on fair access and our agenda, but also to hear from Melissa Wiedenhofer from WUMCO about the healthcare issues for our area, which I think would be a great opportunity. So if you can make it, that'd be great. If not, we'll give you an update. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon on the 19th. So, and we're meeting in the Methodist Church. Lori Ann Sales came out, as you all know, I think, for the HMD event on March 15th. That was great. We sent her a couple of notes ahead of time, and she was able to do it. That was, I think, very helpful. And then finally, I've gotten several messages from Evan Glass saying they will be scheduling a transportation oversight hearing. He heads the T&E committee, which is Transportation and Environment. I think the budget issue just is overwhelming everything, but he's planning to have one, and it's basically a White's Ferry oversight hearing. What's happening, why not, that kind of thing. That should be very helpful, too. Just wanted to highlight again, you all have this, but I've got to do some follow-up, but we did send a letter to the county executive about the Rosenwald School and doing a commemorative sign out on Jerusalem Road. I followed up with Greg Wims recently. Greg said he would take it up with the county executive, so I haven't heard back from him. That was a couple of days ago. But it's in his office. He knows about it, and my understanding is that he's the guy who has to initiate something like that. So I can't see a reason why that wouldn't get done, but so far I haven't heard any definitive ideas about what's going on there. We also sent a letter to the council president, Evan Glass. John Woles, I think a lot of you know John. He's a local citizen, been here for some 45 years or something. Done a lot of great work on the C&O Canal for many, many years. He's a volunteer, knows the history of the C&O Canal, very active in trying to help make the canal better. There's a federal advisory committee for the C&O Canal that does actually help shape what the Park Service does about the C&O Canal. And that's very helpful to us, obviously, because the canal, pretty much most of the length of it through Montgomery County is in the ag reserve in our area. So he wants to be on the committee. There's 2 seats that have been open for who knows why for 2 years that have not been filled for Montgomery County. So we sent a letter to Evan asking him to consider and hopefully approve John as the one of the representatives from Montgomery County. I did hear from Evan's office, they do have the letter. I think there's a process where they actually interview him and then there's a hearing, but if there is, we obviously will testify, but in support of John. And finally, we sent a letter to the governor on White's Ferry, not too long after the announcement of just before the announcement of Chuck Kuhn made. I did get a nice note from Aruna Miller. She's seen it. They are certainly engaged. She says they do care about this. I think what they're waiting for is to see whether if the county isn't going to able to move the ball forward, what will the STU do and how will they do it. So I think they're willing to do that, but I don't think they want to overstep their bounds until the county moves forward. 2 other quick updates in terms of the media. My MC Media came out and did some interviews with Jim. It was a long interview, basically with the economic impact of the ferry's closure. Jim made some great comments. I think she also, Fran, who did the interviews, also interviewed Sharam, who's Sarah's husband, because when he became very sick, they had a hard time getting him to needed medical services. So the idea was that she wanted to talk about was, the distance issues out here and getting to health care. So I didn't go to that interview, but I think that happened as well. So hopefully we'll see something on that in the next few days. Niles, are there any updates on the Fair Access Committee website and the YouTube site for Fair Access?
So let me actually show you what, just give me 1 second to pull it up on the screen. The cursor went away. And I'm going to pull this over. It's going to show you what I've done and what I plan to do here. Okay, so and then I'm just going to go to, and we'll make. Okay, so right now there are actually two web pages for Fair Access. There's a general Fair Access page, which is very out of date, and a committee Fair Access page. One of my proposals that we talked about previously was making it one, and I think it should be based on the committee page.
Right.
So what I have done is started this process. So first, I moved up the sort of description of the committee on here. We can rewrite this. I've just put it up top. Right now, it's just, here's what the committee does, how it's appointed, so on. There's a couple of things that we need to change there. Then the stuff about the meetings, and then the responsibilities, okay? On the left-hand side, or the right-hand side, excuse me, is how to stay up to date. So it's the web forum that Link and I worked on, and then the Facebook link, and then we'll need, and I was hoping Kevin would be here, I need the muster link to go there as well.
Okay, so that Kevin needs to give you that. Then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And then as we scroll down, here is what I've done with the tabs. Okay, so I'll let. So the first one is documents. So this was based on the feedback that you and Laura gave me. So the documents tab, and then I've broken it down by the subcategories that you had brought up, Link.
Right.
So it's letters, presentations, messaging, and I put reports.
Okay.
And so I still need the letter to the governor.
Oh, okay.
And I'll send you an email with what I need, but I just wanted to sort of say, so right now the only letter is the budget letter, but I know there are more that we need.
Right.
And so I'll send you an email with that.
Right.
The next thing is the videos and pictures. Right now it's just videos. These are all Facebook links right now, because the YouTube page we're trying to figure out, because we have an old one that nobody can access. So I'm going to make a new one. Then I need all the video files to upload them.
Okay.
So Laura, here, hang on. I'm gonna. Can you unmute for just 1 second, if you can? If she's still there.
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think Susan had sent me some links to, or
Right.
some links to the files, but
Right.
for whatever reason they didn't save properly to my computer. So I just need them resent again, if that's
Yeah, sure.
okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Did we do any videos?
No problem.
Yes, that's one of the ones, and there's two. There's one of you, Ed, and one of you, both of you at the breakfast, and I think there's another one there. Correct me if I'm wrong, Laura.
Is the education, they want to, the
I
groundbreaking,
do
is
not
that one
have
of
the
those?
list in
So that
front
is
of me.
on.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't hear you there, Laura.
I don't have the entire list of the videos in front of me,
Yeah.
but we can double check.
Yeah. So yes, but the one about the groundbreaking, I haven't added to that list yet, but it is one that we have, and it just needs to be pulled over. I just wanted to get stuff up so that you can see where we're at.
Yeah, I just want, yeah.
This is, so latest news, this is old, obviously. The top thing is groundbreaking. This is our feed that goes to a subscribed list that is tied to the website, to poolsvillemd.gov.
So people that subscribe to the Poolsville website will get it automatically?
Exactly.
Okay.
So what I was thinking about this is right now we have the stuff that we've done in the past. For stuff like the WAMU and the my MC Media, I think we should do a post that goes out that says fair access in the news or something like that, and then have links to all of those articles in one place, and that can be the top thing under latest news for right now.
Okay.
And then we'll just, when we're putting something out that we want everybody, like the whole community to know, we can link it, we can link to Muster, we can do all that kind of stuff. But that's what that feed is supposed to be, so that's one that sort of stays updated. That was my thought there. And then this is one that doesn't have anything in it yet because you were going to write an FAQ.
Yeah.
So that would just go there.
Okay.
The other thing to think about, so right now it's 4 tabs. That's sort of what I think is a good number. We could add an extra one if we wanted to. I know Laura had some other ideas. I sort of just combined it for now, and then I was going to see what you guys thought about this, and I can send this to you.
Yeah.
But this was sort of taking what you did to do it, because I think the call to actions, this is what Laura had talked about. I think that's in that right-hand box there, which I'm still trying to figure out how to change it from members. That's hardwired into our website, and I might need Civic Plus to change that. But I think any call to action things we could put there, so it's at the top of the page and on the right hand. But I wanted to get sort of your initial feedback on this.
Yeah.
I like a call to action.
Yeah.
Especially in somewhere where you might have muster campaign kind of information
Yes.
as well.
Mhm.
I think that would be helpful. So when if we email people, if we send out a tweet, or if we do a post on a social media,
Yeah.
you could have a link to the Fair Access page.
Yes.
and
So
it could help people.
right now here, the second link right there is straight to the Fair Access Facebook page.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So and that's where I pulled some of the videos from. That's the most recent one. That's links, article and such. So, so we can just sort of do it that way.
Okay.
Your thoughts, Laura?
I can't see what you're showing.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
Here, let me do this, and give me 1 second. Yeah. And then go here and go. There we go. That's the page, Laura. Take your time if you need to, but just send
Thanks
me
for
your
coming.
thoughts.
See you later.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
You're a trooper.
And things like that. So initial thoughts, feedback, questions.
No, To me, it's pretty much what I was looking for. The FAQs
I think it looks
are helpful
streamlined. I mean,
because
this is just
Go
my
ahead,
quick
Laura.
review. It looks streamlined and clean, which is good, right? You can
Yeah.
see the information. It's laid out nicely, easy to find, easy to navigate.
Okay. So if you have, so that all sounds great. Thank you for that feedback. If you have anything else and things you want to add, that's the key thing. Just email them to me and we can add them as we go. So, all right.
Do we have links
We might
to
wanna
our
do is,
socials?
in the original
Yes.
page,
Yes.
we did have
Yes,
a-
Facebook and Twitter, I see here. Good, okay.
Yeah.
we did have a really good exclamation of why we created fair access, and maybe that's an FAQ.
Yeah, well,
In the
that's what I
FAQ.
was, so I
Yeah.
was thinking, so let's actually look at that just briefly, the other page.
Yeah.
So the reason why I wanted to do this way is this one has a lot, and it just sort of keeps going
Oh, yeah.
down and down and
That's,
down.
that's what we did originally.
And that's what we did originally.
Yeah.
So if you want, my thought is to take this and make that the FAQ, maybe do it more in a bullet
Yeah.
format, something that we can quickly sort
Yeah.
of give out, because this, while it's good, is a lot, whereas if we want to tighten it up.
Yeah.
Exactly, make it quick.
Yeah,
You can skim, like, you don't have to skim, but you're not.
exactly. And then we can turn that into a one-pager that we have at events. So that was my thought.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, the FAQs, that's the place to do it. Okay, I can
Yeah.
do that.
okay.
It's really nice to have that too, because there's so many times when a council member will say, well, where did fair access come from? You can
Yeah.
say, well, here's a link to the website. It'll tell you, the FAQs will tell
Yeah.
you why we created and all that stuff.
Exactly.
So, okay.
And then we can do what we can do as another marketing idea that I've done previously is have when you're sending emails as fair access, have a signature with fair access with this is the link. So at the bottom of your email, every email has the link to the page.
Right, right.
So that's the other,
That's a great idea,
my
too.
other suggestion.
Yeah, it's a
So,
good idea. Yeah.
but yeah, so any other feedback you have, feel free. I can send you all the link and you guys can touch around and see what you want to do. But that was my idea and that's what I was sort of pulling up and doing,
I
so.
think it's a good start. Yeah, a lot better than what we had.
Yeah.
Because some of it's actually updated.
Yeah.
Some of this stuff is 3 years old or 4
Yeah.
years old. All right, thanks. Thanks for doing that.
Yeah.
Laura, or more Michael, if there are any other media things that I think we covered most of them. I don't think there's anything other than this My MC Media interview that's still coming out, as far as I know.
Secondary briefing info on that later and what goes into that, but nothing else for me.
Okay. Okay, and then finally, just two quick things on new business. Jim and I have been kicking around the idea, partly because we were there at the founding, so we kind of remember it a lot more. But this is the 5th year anniversary of the Fair Access Committee, so we've got so much video footage, and some of it's here. But we could do a really good video for the Poolsville Day Breakfast that's kind of a, reconnoiter back where we were, things that have accomplished, and then kind of where we go from here. I think there's just a lot we can do that shows that this committee's had an impact and that there's a lot more work to do. So that's one thing I think we're going to do for Pools today. But I also was thinking, one of the things that launched Fair Access successfully was the white paper. We had something to say that was actually well thought out. It wasn't just like a quick one-page letter or something. It was actually a well thought out paper that had a lot of good data in it that supported the position we were taking. We think it would be nice to do kind of a 5th year anniversary kind of white paper. And this one, I think, might be built around the whole idea, because white paper kind of crystallizes it. The whole economic issue, the hub and spoke idea, what our area is, how it's different from the rest of the county, why they need to focus on making the economy out here better, and here's the ways to do it. Believe it or not, I've actually written the paper already. It's a 14.5 page paper. But what's interesting is when I did the research, I had not looked that closely at the old Wedges and Corridors Plan, for example. It was adopted in 1964, the one that led to the Ag Reserve. That paper has some really good quotes in there about it's good to set aside land for agriculture, but it will not survive on its own. Essentially, it won't survive on its own without tourism and visits. It's going to have other uses, outdoor uses, to make it viable. So that's great because it goes all the way back to then. The Thrive 2050 plan, which is actually the 60-year update to that original plan, says something very similar. And it also says that one of the reasons the Ag Reserve is actually not as robust as it could be is because people just don't know. A lot of people, even in Montgomery County, don't know much about it and don't come out here. Right. And it's right in line with what we talked about. So I put all that together, and I think it's a pretty compelling paper that has a lot of good source material that hopefully we can launch that just like we did the first paper.
Well, and one of the things, that kind of paper supports the need to strengthen Poolesville as a destination. Right. What is it about Poolesville that will bring people out in terms of tourism and attractions? And it doesn't mean you have to stay, but come on out. And then when they come out, what do we have here to help take care of them? And I think that helps some of the economic development pieces, as well as when we look at we've been meeting as a commissioning group. We've been meeting with the property owners of the different, where we have commercial property, and really talk about how do you fill the vacancies? What is the best type of tenant? And then you also, on the other side of that, you got to be able, so if you have a tenant that comes out and says, okay, I'm going to try something in Poolesville, then we got to make sure that that person's successful, right? And then why would someone come out and visit Poolesville? So you have, I think locals is great, but you look at what are some of those attractions, right? And so it really goes to the, because I think down the road, not now, but down the road, in terms of advocacy, we talk about transportation and we look at like that bus route, right, instead of just a bus that runs, the bus route hours are not that great, right, So just thoughts.
Yeah, that's good. One other aspect of the paper that really was interesting when I was doing the research is that one of the points that we made to Kelly Groff and to Corey was that they didn't really, we asked them a question, do you have data on how much is generated for visits in the Ag Reserve or indirect, there's actually indirect economic effects, like what an economist would call it. But you come out to go hiking at Sugarloaf, you come back and eat dinner in Poolesville, and then you maybe buy food for your hike that morning. All those are indirect effects of one visit. Do you have that? No, they didn't have the data. They do have data if you go on their website, which really kind of makes our point. It's all hotel-based because they're funded by hotels. So they measure their results based on hotel rooms, how many are rented, how much revenue is generated by that. None of what our area does actually flows into their economic calculations.
And that's fairly typical of destination management organizations. Almost all of them are funded by hotel taxes. Mm-hmm. So it's geared around room nights and all of that kind of thing. The other thing, just to put in a plug in a different hat, there will be a chapter in the comprehensive plan about economic development.
Okay.
So I think whatever you have come up with, if you can, even if it isn't done, if you could send it to me, because then I can share that with Wallace Montgomery and see if that's another source that we want to use in crafting the chapter for the plan. Now, obviously, that has to go before the Planning Commission and the Commission before it gets approved.
No, I would send it to you. Yeah.
But I'm saying even like what you have now,
right?
Even what you have right now, even if you're not done with it, just because we're trying to get some meetings booked to review the chapters with the Planning Commission. So the more stuff I have now, the more I can build out.
The other good thing about the white paper is that, as I did in the first white paper, I've got sources. I've got 20 reports I've read, and there's some good stuff in there. For example, Heritage Montgomery has done an incredible report on the economic impacts of their activity, and they're not hotel-based. They're basically destination-based. So they're looking at historic sites and people visiting there. They measured the economic impact of their activity alone as $325 million. Now, that's not all in the ag where we are. But a lot of it is. If you look at the list of the things they put in there, it comes from the Ag Reserve in our area. So there's also a great report on, I didn't know this, we're the second largest horse farming area in the whole state. And Maryland's one of the biggest in the United States. We have, yes, we are one of the biggest. You go out west here, you'll see it. I mean, I delivered food to Hispanic families who live on these farms. But it's a huge, and here's the point, that kind of thing, horse raising and training and breeding, that's a lot of economic activity too. A lot of that is they have boarding, they have, lessons for kids.
Well, even the nonprofit piece that, we talked about in our meeting, even the nonprofit that we've talked about in some of our other meetings, where they have the horses that help people, I think, with autism and, yeah. So that's pretty cool.
I'll send it to you. And I'm gonna send it to the Fair Access Committee too.
Right,
so.
I just wanna.
Yeah, it's just a draft. We got a long way to go.
And that's my point. I mean, it's sort of like, it doesn't have to be done. It just has to be something that I can put in the hopper for everything that we're building.
It's good source material.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I like the concept, building on that hope, hub and spoke piece. All right,
Yeah.
good stuff.
All right, well, I think that's all I got. If you guys have anything else you wanted to raise, or,
No, we need
All
a
right.
motion to adjourn.
I appreciate it.
Second that.
Thanks.
All right.
Thanks for coming, all you guys. I really appreciate it. Thanks. Good night. Thanks, Niles.
Good night, Laura.